Well, good morning. It's the 4th of April. 4/4/24. That's cute. Obviously, the job numbers were pretty spectacular, I'm guessing, from the looks of this pop. Tested right up to 53.01 and now just banging around 53. The micro composite VPOC's up here at the top. My schedule just sucks. Never here at 7:30. I have to leave every morning at 20 after 7, and then again around 10, and then around 12:30, and then around 2:30, 14:30. So, yeah, it's tough. Not only hard for me to be away, break away at all those what I consider to be pretty important times in the market, but you get out of your mindset, or I get out of my focus. That's irritating, but it's anyway, that's what it is. So I just have to figure out what to do, whether to trade, maybe start trading ETH, or I don't know. Anyway, so we have obviously a huge pop, be opening way higher out of range on that number. So we can change this one to higher out of range, I believe. This is only for my reference. It doesn't mean anything. This is the column where I put the statistics associated with the price levels, which are pushed from IRT. This is the high time frame column, which I put various levels from my micro composite. These are the high volume nodes from the micro composite pushed by IRT. This is the full session column, which started at 1700 last night and will continue on. And this is the RTH volume profile column, which this is yesterday, and then it'll reset at 8:30 this morning. Chart volume profile over here, which just charts what's on just plots, which is on what data is on the chart to the left. I only have a couple lines on my chart here. The blue thing is the NQ correlated market. Only the NQ relative movement, not price, obviously, because the NQ's trading up around 18,000 or something. I have the, if I can find them here, the full session VPOC, which is a more muted yellow. That's for this session here. The RTH session VPOC, which is down here, and that'll reset it. And this is where it was yesterday, closed out, and then it'll reset up here. The mid, and wherever the mid went, there we go, I guess. Is that the mid? Come on, there we go. Yeah, the mid and the VPOC of the RTH, because I don't pay attention to the mid and the VPOC in the ETH session, and I do have the plotted the VWAP for both. Is this magenta line here in the volume profile, so I can quickly spot where the VWAP is on the full session, and then on the RTH it's plotted. So that's it for lines. These are just extended lines that plot just to give me a visual reference on the price levels. So that's that. Here we are, the overnight and news. So obviously we are higher. Here's range from yesterday. We are obviously higher out of range. The statistics around that are higher out of range. So 70 of 2004 days, which is the total data set. Out of these 204 days, 510 days opened higher out of range. Of these 510 days, 413 or 79.6% of them price touched the overnight VPOC. And that's simply how the statistics work. Very straightforward. Now, I'll do is 79 point something, 0.6. Okay, we'll go over here to, and this is the overnight VPOC, and it is, then I'll put in that number. And that's how this works. That's all there is to it. This gives me reference points for my trading throughout the day, kind of targets, if you will. I don't just trade randomly. I try to trade based on statistics. I calculate or capture the data for a specific specific parameters around a setup. Determine if that if those conditions present a positive edge. If they do, then I would trade every one of those opportunities that presents themselves. The analogy is a casino. They figured out that 21, or every game they play, has a positive edge, and they figured out what that edge is with specific rules to achieve that edge. The mission then is only, for example, 21. The mission is then to deal as many hands of 21 as they possibly can, 24/7, and that's let the law of large numbers manifest to their account. And quite obviously, it is a very successful business model. The work in the trading business is to capture the data that is statistically significant. You can't have five tick stop one place, 12 tick stop the other. Everything has got to be constant and even. Therefore, then it fits within the data set. If it's an outlier, or if it doesn't fit in the data set because the parameters are changed, you can't rely on that. So that's the hard work, and capturing enough minimum of 50 trades for to be statistically significant, I guess. It takes a while because all things have to be considered and be the same. And in my view, that requires opening type, context, and then the setup. So in other words, I would have to have 50 samples where we opened higher out of range. The context, I would assume today the context will probably be up or long. And then I would see how many times a specific setup was successful to my risk neutral scale. And then to eventually the second target, I trade a risk. This is the 2-lot risk neutral package, 12 tick stop. You can't set both stops the same number in this tool. You can immediately change them after the trade is on, but I just don't ever seem to do that. Then the first target, which is risk neutral, is 12 ticks positive. And your second target can be where you put it. In this case, I have 36. That way it's got 3-to-1 ratio there. This is a 2-lot package. You can trade as many of those 2-lot packages together as you want to be a big stud. You can trade a gazillion. You can trade 10 of them. You got 20 lots on. I trade a 2-lot package just in the beginning to see how to capture this data. So there's that. Then I have to activate the trading window, and I activate for both, meaning that I can enter with a keyboard, which is how I do it, and then manipulate the stops and targets, whatever, with a mouse. So now the trading is set up to go. Wow, look at this liquidity that's packed in around that number. Pretty incredible. But then it spreads out as you widen out the. I try to keep these at about 50 cents or 2 ticks. Not 50 cents actually, but it's $25 actually. Each point in the ES is $50 on a 1-lot. So there you have it. I don't think there's anything much more complicated than that. To that, I will continue to enter the rest of the statistics I guess I can do that now. The overnight high is 76.5. Well, we happen to be right up there, so okay, great. 0.5, there we are. We've got the VPOC. The IB high is 64.4, and that's from last. And the best way to do this. The overnight mid, that's usually a biggie. 62.8. And this, I just repeat this process until I have, I don't know where the IB high even went, way down here. Oh, there we go. IB high is 64.4. That was, of course, yesterday's IB high. I want to make sure that's not the overnight. I don't think so. I have to sound like a dummy here, but oh man, I forgot to remove my damn. I forgot to clear my cloud notes. Now I start over. So because I have all of my flags in from yesterday, and that would be extra confusing. 79.6. I put a flag in at every at each level of the POC in the regular trading session, so that I can easily have a reference to where they were when the line scrolls off to the left. Oh, damn it! Now the mid 62.8. Be high here. 64.4. Oop. Got to get ready for my post here. Overnight POC. Oh, that's the wrong one. I need to be up here at the overnight POC. Cancel. Got the wrong one. Need that one. There we are. Okay. And the overnight mid, 62.8% of the time. And that high was 76.5. As I was describing the trading business as I see it, as a business of probabilities, and having vetted trades, you're then in a position where you can see and anticipate that a setup is setting up. And if it triggers, you know exactly where your entry will be. You know what your targets will be. And that's really comforting. And then you have the risk neutral scale. And once that happens, the worst that can happen to you is a scratch. I'm working now with trading plans, trade management ideas. After the T1 or the scale hits, bringing the trailing stop up to entry, see how that, see if that has a higher percentage. And these are all things that require capturing a lot of data. I'm trying to do those kind of things with the back testing on IRT to, because it just takes forever in real time on real trades. But I'm struggling with the RTL language and getting I have pretty much coded the risk neutral setup so that it works consistently across different things. The effort now is working on coding specifically the setups. How do you code? Well, opening type would be pretty simple. Then how do you code context? And then the various setups like the VPOC migration, the VPOC to VWAP or VWAP to VPOC, all the different setups that we review. Stuff. I'm struggling with that. So, be honest about it. Anyway, all right. So now we're here at a spot where we're going to go like this. I capture a specific page I have for the Traders Lab that I post every morning about 8:20, I should say. Sorry. Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room. I guess that's what it is, chat room. Set up by a guy named Tom B., who is my many years of being around the internet and trading. I think he's probably one of the few real deals out there as far as a professional trader. First of all, and from my point of view, important, he has nothing to sell, pitch, or anything. Obviously he, uses Bookmap and has good things to say about that, but he's just, it doesn't work for them. And he has nothing to sell. And some of the other people, even on the Bookmap Discord, some of the other presenters are just horse shit and bus tickets, man. Everything is this indicator's on my website and blah, blah, blah. It's just sickening, but it's typical for the internet. So, and the description for the Traders Lab is in the description. I mean, the link is in the description here. Of course, you have to join the Bookmap Discord's place, but it's not required that you're a Bookmap subscriber. Never will be, according to Tom. There's no charge for it. It's completely free. So I highly recommend that to anybody who's going to do that. All right, I'm going to get ready for the open here. I'll be right back. A water bottle full, etc. All right, so here we go. The stream is streaming or flowing. I hope that's all good. I try not to look at that very much. No, that's not my focus. I'm not trying to be a influencer. What the purpose of the stream is my video virtual journal. I can hear what I'm thinking by my narration and see what I'm seeing, obviously, by the screen. And it's really been really helpful in a lot of ways. Primarily, it's my I can review rerun the stream and hear and see exactly what's going on. What I was thinking, was I right? Was I wrong? Also, it adds a transparency and credibility because I take no trades off stream. So there's no question there. All right, we're going to open here in 4 minutes. I will reset my IRT charts to the regular trading hours from the full session after the open. And there we have it. What do you do with this shit? What's that? My initial reaction would be, okay, the first thing I'm going to be looking for is responsive selling, because these morons these traders here are sitting on a big profit, right? If they got long down in here someplace, they're sitting on a hell of a profit. What would you do? I would take some profit off based on a number, but that's would be my thinking. So I'll be looking for responsive selling. And then I don't know what. I can't imagine continued moves north, but I am my preference is short, and the market does go up to go down and go down to go up. So that's what it's doing pretty much. In theory, I could have started a new micro composite here, but this is just all, seems like it's all overlapping price, and they've closed the gap, and now they're back up here again, right? So when they open, it's going to be up here. So it's going to be a gap up, gap down, gap down. Didn't close, gap up. Who knows? It's going to be some crazy stuff. And what do we got going on here now? The open. We've opened. No, we have not. What was that for? Who knows what this is up to here? Why are we doing that? Irrational exuberance. And on this open, this will reset. I will start my flags. There we go. And my first flag is going to go right there. Looking for that responsive. Looking for that responsive selling, profit taking. Huh. What do there's a 34 millisecond delay on IRT at the moment. Seems to have caught up now. I got a migration lower here. Yeah. Not much in the way of responsive selling, particularly for profit taking. The full session VPOC has now aligned with the RTH session right there. So I guess you would call that the swing low. I don't know. What to do? What to do? This statistic goes right there. They moved that up just before the open. Now we have the IB high, the IB low. These are just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade. That's all they are. It's an acronym from the market profile days when they called that the initial balance. It's nothing magical. And the VPOCs, volume points of control, is simply the price at which the most volume is transacted, period. When that's where it is now, if it's up here, then it'll move up there. That's all there's to it. There's no secret magic, sauce or indicator that helps you trade, in my view. Most indicators are backward looking, so I don't use them. The only thing that's remotely an indicator here on my screens, on any of my screens, is the VWAP, because it is calculated. It's the volume average weighted price. It is calculated, but the rest of them are just a reference point on the current market. EOC is the point, the price at which the most volume traded. The mid is pretty obviously the middle of the damn range. And then there's the VWAP. The NQ, this just shows the relative price movement. It doesn't show anything to do with, it's not an indicator of any kind. I don't have any indicators or any noise down here on my sub chart. When I get in a trade, this will show break even and yeah. That's it. I think I'm going to sneeze. So here we are. Now we've got another VPOC migration down here, I guess. I missed. You see why I do this. These have already scrolled off or will soon be scrolled off my screen, so I won't be seeing all this stuff. It's there. I just, by the way, the relative view that I keep, it would scroll off and I wouldn't see it. My responsive selling didn't amount to much. Another aspect of my trade plan, besides trading off of vetted setups, is the first scale or the first target for risk neutral scale is 3 points, right? Or 12 ticks. So I have to have a clear view to that scale with no obstacles in between in order to qualify the trade. So for example, there's 4. If I wanted to trade, if I wanted to put a trade on, I would not be able to do that because there's this big pile of liquidity sitting up here. And the IB high, basically, which is an obstacle. So that would be within 2 points, and that means that trade is not it doesn't qualify. Same way with down. There is a trade that's the mid or VWAP to the VPOC. It, in this case, would be a short, but there's no range between the entry and the first obstacle, which in that case would be also be the target. So that's really stupid, in my view. And I'm not saying what I think is the way or the correct way. It is a way. And that's important. That's important. I'm not sure there is the way to trade. Get into those string of singles, I would say we might have some downside here. This is nothing. Look at that pile of crap. That's the mark. That's where that responsive selling or profit taking. That's where that happened. This is unfortunately the bottom of a. What it's going to do is just dribble its way down, and I'm not going to get a position on because that's not a clear. I didn't see any clear entry that I felt comfortable with, unfortunately. And it's going to dick around down to value area high here. There's probably a statistic for that. Let's see what that says. Still a big delay on my bookmap, IRT for whatever reason. 18 point. No, that can't be right. Previous value area high is 44.5. That didn't make any sense. Oh well. I'm back over here. 44.5. Huh? That's pretty low. How low can you go? Yeah. So we might be entering into a mean reversion state. Now this is 59 to 52, 99 to 52, 3-2. So that would be just 3 points. Would have been a long of basically a trade of a long. The point is no trigger here in my view. It came outside edge, this is not really a trigger, didn't really test. And had this been the trigger, there wasn't a range. So here I stand watching. Would have thought surely that there would be more responsive. Where am I? More responsive. Come on. Boy, this is struggling. I don't know why. And this is a big computer. I mean, this computer's got a lot of horsepower on. Not sure what's wrong with IRT here, but it seems to be not dealing with lags very good. Very well, I should say. I think that's how you say it, the right word. So here we go now. Somebody else say mean reversion was a big one, and that's what they're on. Now, and we've got the mid and the VWAP and the VPOC all in a big pile. So that's definitely not conducive to a fun trading day, in my view. And I'm trying to stay a long ways away from scalping and, change my attitude. Now, if you look at this on this scale, you short up here, you get long down here. Maybe that's it. It's the perspective. It is the perspective. I don't know what's going on with this thing, but it's not good. Seems like it's taken forever to do stuff, and that's not a good thing. Now, I don't diddle in the middle, which is the middle being, in this case, they're all in the middle, but typically that saying applies to the POC. By definition, again, the price at which the most volume transacted. So it's the highest likely point for price to return, trade on either side of. It's the quickest way to get, it's like jumping in a blender and hitting a switch. Not a good thing in my idea. And the NQ is doing the same crap, so that's not a good thing. Look at this thing here, just hovering, irritating. Seems like. Come on, man. I don't know what's going on here, but this is not good. IRT just doesn't seem to be working. And I'm not sure why, but I'm pretty sure I don't like it, whatever the reason. It's a bunch of delays all the time. At the moment, the 53 areas obviously support, you know, 52.99 half. The low is 52.99 quarter, low of the day. This has been kind of the support all along. We'll see if they break through that and they get down into this string of crap down here. I would expect it to haul ass to the downside myself. But, you know, context is damn sure long. If you look at the, you want to look at the overnight or the, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Oops. Put on the, there we go. Now we're just charting the IRT. So here's yesterday. There's the big gap. Don't seem to be too interested in filling that. I'll be stepping away around 9:15 to make a school run. My lovely wife to college, university, whatever it's called. Yeah. Daughter in high school and wife in college. So there you go. And me in the middle, stuck in the middle again. I think that was a song in the 60s or 70s. Clowns to the left of me, clowns to the right, stuck in the middle again. I don't know who the hell did that, actually. I don't know what that means. I would love to take a short, but this is a breakout short, so that's kind of irritating. But I would sure imagine that at some point in time, these morons are going to take that thing down. I would think. But I wouldn't think so enough to make a bet on that. And I'm going to now step away, and you can bet one thing for sure, that the minute I do, it'll break. So here we have a VPOC migration lower, which is unfortunate because it's in the wrong direction. But these can be, you can't really take them mechanically because they can just flop back and forth in a heartbeat, as might happen here. But I would love to short that just to see what the hell we're going to do with it. It's awfully close to got a lot of fuel sitting right up here, right? So it's awful tempting for these guys to run up here and grab a bunch of stops before they get into that break. Don't know. I can't say I have a feeling about what it's going to do. Looks like I should have. Let's see what we got there. 47.16. I don't have nothing yet. Okay. And maybe nothing gonna. That was kind of a late entry. And it's looking like it's not going to be a good entry, perhaps. What happened here? IRT crashed again. Something wrong there, that's for sure. Well, that's not good. I think I may kill this trade just because I got things going wrong here, and I don't like that at all. My IRT took a crash. We're not getting the movement that I thought here. So they're talking about this migration trade. Got it scale down here. So those guys are way ahead of me as far as their trading in the T-Lab. Now, I don't know why this is continuing to crash, but it's the second day in a row that IRT is balled up. It might have to do with that. It might have to do with the RTL thing I got going on over there. As soon as this opens up, I'm going to, well, I'll do it right now. I'm going to remove this because this actually follows in real time. I'm going to take this off and see if that changes things. See if that helps. So it won't be doing that in real time. Okay. Ooh, what's going on now? Okay. Can't seem to get that lower move on. Can't get the move on below that value area high. Wow, that's pretty crazy. They get into that string of singles. I got to believe this thing is going to zoom. But you see what a late entry does for you. Okay, they tried some couple T-Lab guys got short on this test. They're scaled. I'm short at their scale. And now I've got to get an extended move lower to get any place. And that's not looking particularly good at this point. And I don't know really why, but oh shit, there's a Fed speaker coming on at 9. That might be a bad idea. Well, we'll leave the trade here and let it ferment a bit. That's pretty crazy that it's not Not making any moves. Well, it's good that it's not making any moves up, but see here if we got this scale there. That's ahead of the NVPOC, so that would be good. Wow, they just can't get it below that. Well, we also have the IB30 coming up here pretty soon, which is a stat that somebody cooked up that says the IB low or high of the first 30 minutes is extended whichever direction in the second 30 minutes of trade. So that might help out a bit. Once we get this scale off, then the worst that could happen is a scratch, right? So that's a good thing. Well, I tell you, they can't get it down into that string of singles from overnight, and that's pretty weird. All those longs that haven't taken profit, you would think would get squeezed. And let's see if that happens here. See if that happens here now. Bring those two stops together. 58. I'm a little bit leery of that 9 o'clock. What's going to happen at 9? Value area low. At IB low. Well, the IB low is actually down here now. The IRT needs to update, or the bookmap needs to update. Well, we'll see what happens. The joy of trading. Irritating that I was late enough on my entry that I'm not in a good position now. I'm not in a risk neutral position, and that's because of the late entry. Rather than here, which would be scaled at here, I'm now short there at that scale. And, it's kind of it's a dubious position to be sitting in, especially with 9 o'clock coming up here. And another BPOC migration lower, which can be a good thing. It can also say that it's they're going to go back up and do a price check at aisle 3 and see if that's still too high. See if this is still too high, which means my stops would be under the weather there. Pretty irritating if that happened. Pretty irritating if that happens. I can't really move my stops because then that negates the trade. Or I could put them up over the top of these two levels here, but that's the wrong thing to do as far as my trade plan goes. So this is really a psychological game. What do I do? I'm going to get stopped here. Do I move my stops? there. 56.39. There we go. All right. And we never even got down here yet. So they've still got that IB low, the IB 30 stat to worry about. And now we've got a talking Fed, I believe. So it could go either way. I'm tired of it going against me, though. That's kind of irritating. And now we just sit and wait and see what the hell happens. There's a lot of fuel up there where I put those stops, so that's a real bad idea. I mean, that's a real likely target if they get some upward movement. And just sitting here thinking about taking this off, actually. It's if, come on, NQ, fall out of bed, baby. This is not so great. The IB30 stat says that one or the other will be extended in the second 30 minutes, which we are in now. One would imagine that it would be the low because it's closer, right? And there's a lot of upside squeeze that could happen over here. These overnight crap on the number, they got down there and turned it right around. So I don't know. Not boding particularly well for my trade. And I'm just sitting here in limbo and got to get ready to go in 10 minutes. And I don't know what the hell to think about that. I hate the thought of leaving in the middle of a trade. I hate the thought of killing it while I'm down. What I will do here and with the upcoming departure is I will, the minute it breaks below my entry, assuming that happens, I'll move those stops to entry, and then we'll see where we get. Oh my. Well, killing that background back test thing seems to be helping. Oh, look at my trade stuff. There we go. Come on, one more down. Get below this. Get below that right there. Look at there. Just some dork jumps in to fill that liquidity. This is something I didn't notice before on IRT. I've got my trade notes, and it's still so it's showing the trade P&L, which I don't like. I don't like seeing the trade money. Yeah, this is irritating. Okay. I guess it'll have to be what it is. I've got to go take my sweet girl to school. And I don't really know what to do at this point. Other than just let it play out, I guess. But they just, you see what it's like to trade around that NVPOC. We migrated lower again, and we're still not getting down anywhere. So this NQ movement is a real problem there. What we're doing now is trading around this microstructure here. We need to get below this basically entry level or below that BPOC and get a downdraft, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And I have to get ready to go. So I think I'll leave it on and see what happens. I think I'll bring my stop back to my original stop, I guess. Yeah, I got to think about this before I do it. Well, again now, what are we going to do? Frustrating. Looks like it's going to move the wrong damn way. This would be the price check at aisle 3. I'm certainly not going to throw my stop up there. That's for damn sure. They both aligned now. One would suppose they would go down. Who the hell knows? Just got stuck right at the entry. Short right there. Irritating, boy. Very irritating. And okay, I've got to take a school run now. I'll do something I've never done before, which is leave a trade on. And the stream, of course. I've got stops in, I've got targets, and let's see what the hell happens. Well, that's pretty funny. I just left the trade on, took my wife to school. Got scaled to the tick, apparently, just after leaving, I would say. Now, the problem is, what is the problem here? Got to get back to the original. Now, to be risk neutral, I need to be right under here. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So, yeah, when was the scale? So we're scaled and risk neutral, and now we're at a break-even point only. Didn't take the IB low. Oh, that was just before 9:30. So that's pretty funny. Good for me. Yeah, okay. So the worst that can happen now is a scratch. And assuming that we get some movement down, which we may or may not get, there is no excess on the bottom side here. The son of a bitch reset again. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. It reset when it crashed because I didn't save all. There we go. Now there we have that. All right, so I'm gonna now got to get ready in a couple of minutes for the stop move blinks. I have no idea when that scale happened. Boy, just seconds after leaving. Okay. I don't know. I'll have to guess the times when I get there. RN and then I'm going to go. Yeah, have to redo all of those again. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to have to pull out my my audio gear for this next meeting that's coming up. I will monitor this, but I won't be able to narrate it. Don't know what to say about that, actually. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay. And we'll put this on the Be Right Back, Mookie. it seems that things are working out here, or just holding their own. The buyers can't get anything going, and I don't know whether the sellers are going to either. So we'll just sit on this. We've got a scale in, and the stop is brought up a little ways, and a little past the scratch point. That's just kind of frustrating to me. I'm thinking about bringing this up to my entry, which would probably get taken out. But I keep thinking we're just hovering around the IB now. I'm not sure whether we're going to. Typically, an IB failure is not on the cards if we're directional, and at the moment we are directional. It's been directionally down since the open. If I'm not hallucinating here. So IB continuation would still be a more likely suspect. And that's where I'm pretty much positioned for, is the IB continuation. Now, this is my scale, just to the tick, basically over here, which is pretty phenomenal. And yeah, I don't know whether they're going to get any horsepower out of this or not. 915 now. We're just hovering around. The IB high is just hugging underneath of this full session VWAP and the naked volume point of control from whenever. I may just cubby this up to at least here. Here, maybe the swing. I don't know. What to think. I can always re-enter. Would be kind of fun to see it just go and take, finally break out to the downside, which is phenomenal to me that it hasn't done so. All of this straight up noise and the gap, you would think they would just start taking some profit, put a squeeze on them, or whatever we want to look at that. But it's the market. You don't predict, you anticipate, I suppose. And I'm not really sure what the hell they're up to. But this liquidity seems pretty substantial here at the low. They can't get into this string of singles from the overnight. We're approaching my entry here, which would be a potential takeout point for me. I mean, if I move my stop up, which I've been toying with in my back testing, at T1, bring the stop to break even, which in this case would have been, there's T1, there's break even, would have been stopped out right there. Whereas we're still in the trade. So yeah, so that's where that's at. Let me see if I've got all my ducks in a row and in a re-row here now that I've got to switch my stuff all back to the stream and to this. Yeah. I would love to see him just pull the rug out from under this thing and get down to my second target down there. That would be a new first for that target. It's kind of unlikely. There's this big bunch. This liquidity did lift, but there's all of this living down here below the low,
which is fuel. So that would be understandable that we would take that out and head lower. And we've got this bid here just in order to get down to here. So I'm not sure. This is a new parameter in my trading, my risk neutral trade setup, two lot setup where I've extended the T2 target out to 48 ticks rather than 24. Just the thinking being that if that's the good risk reward target, and it's easier to, if it's up here tight, then I have to be conscious of grabbing it and moving it if it's a fast market. We still have the overnight mid down here, and that target is right there. And if I'm not wrong, we still have the overnight VPOC, which is always a big target. Needing to get through all of this noise first, however. So I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, nobody does. Well, this rotation up here will be absolutely phenomenal if I don't get stopped out. Right below the VWAP, which is just, like every dork's target. Now somebody's got to talk to me. The other one. So let's see. I would suppose I'm going to get, there we go. Okay. Stop out at 235.17. Okay. There we go. So we're out of the trade. Well, now it will probably turn around and just go blasting right back down through that high below. But anyway, so took a long time, got the scale to the tick, brought my stop up a little bit ahead of break even. So I don't know, $50 or something like that, I guess. And we'll see what happens now. And I'll go answer this phone call. some kind of alarming stuff here. I saw these positions on IRT down here, and I started going, "What the hell is that?" Thinking that somehow I had accidentally keyed into an order, but I believe it's only on the back testing software, which I was running over here on RTL. There's nothing on. I've confirmed there's no open orders on Rhythmic, and I've confirmed that there's no open orders here in Bookmap. So now I, didn't take this test down, and would have been a lovely 6 points so far. But I was busy freaking out, thinking I was in a trade and didn't know it. It's not ever a warm and fuzzy spot to be, and I don't understand why or where that's come from. But that's alarming and not fun, for sure. And I've had, my trade today was not very good. I scaled and then trailed up, and it's only just now back to scale. So my target is still well off the board. Here's where I trailed up and got hit there. Hasn't gotten back down here yet, so that would have been a great long, and then a short, and RMT, Ruby Mirror Trading, so clean, so easy. Everybody ought to do it. Ridiculous. I'm trying to figure out where this. Where this trade is coming from. It shows up here on the, I guess I could be looking at this. It shows up here on the RTL page on where I've been working on these back tests. Right here. And here. And here. But nothing happened when I flatten or flatten the position. Nothing happened. So I'm assuming that it's running off this IB failure, which doesn't make any sense because the IB is way up here. So why would that be? I don't even know what, and I don't see another trading system in here. But that's pretty disconcerting. I mean, that's definitely not good. Rhythmic account simulated day. No confirmation. I don't have any idea what this is about. I don't like it much. That's for sure. I mean, if I can figure out a way out of it, if it's real, I'm in the money pretty good. But still, that's bogus, man. Let's go back here to Rhythmic. Positions. So there's no open Rhythmic positions. So there's nothing to cancel. And it's definitely ES, M4. Well, we don't want to be in the CL, that's for sure. This is the rhythmic dome. Reverse buy market flat. No, I don't think I'm in anything, but I'm just to make sure. Maybe it's this thing somehow. Okay. So there we are. Oh, it wasn't showing up. Well, anyway. Okay. I am not in any position. It's just why this is doing this in the backtest mode. I got no idea, but I wish it was real. I'm dying to know which one of these trades is or what this is. Order manual. Short two. Well, flatten all. Flatten position. What's get position mean? Oh, now we're flat. There we go. Whatever that was worked. Cool. All right. So now I'm not freaking out anymore. I guess get position was what I was needed over there. Okay. Well, that sucks. How the hell that happened? But I don't like that much. Yeah. Turn that son of a bitch off in case that had something to do with it. All right, now back at the IB low. Ooh, we're gonna have an IB continuation here now. I wonder. So far we've been rotating. IB low, IB high, IB low. What are we gonna do now? Well, this would be considered exhaustion. 800 out, 90. Except we're kind of in a flux here where just nothing but thin air below us to close the gap and NVPOC and a bunch of stuff. It doesn't want to go any. Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. Damn it. Well, that sucks. I was so late. That was really sucks. Yeah, that's the keyboard isn't happening very good. And there's a overnight mid, EVPOC down here below. And lots of thin air there, but we're not getting the follow through movement that I was wanting. And I hit it up here, but the keyboard didn't hit. I don't know whether my machine is hitting funky or what's happening here, but I'm not liking that. That's pretty disappointing. So we'll see what happens here. If we can get our risk neutral. There we go. So now we're risk neutral, and we've got some targets down here below. Let's see what we got. Well, nothing particularly wonderful there. I'm thinking maybe this needs to be up here a bit. My plan with this new target system is to trail for profits and keep my target down low. Right now, worst I can do is scratch. My back testing has been showing success, bringing that when I get that T1 target to come up to entry. Not sure what I think about that yet. We still have a target down here at EVPOC. That's pretty normally, that's a pretty commonly hit. You can tell by the high probability there. So stop up to entry. That's at 457. And we're going to get any follow through for that POC? I don't know. What I'll do is trail my stop up accordingly. I think this lower target is much too low for this case because we've got a big overnight POC. Previous RTH low down there below it. Well, we're getting somewhere here. To T1. Take it out. Okay, so that's exit at 1523. Probably right now. We'll see what happens. I always like to watch these from the first stop move. Now see whether we're going to get that POC target or not. Given some margin or cushion in the trading day, then it's much easier to leave those to scratch and try for the bigger targets. But in this case, I lost yesterday, working my way back up to some sort of a cushion. Now we're probably going to get down there, but I'm not going to re-enter. Damn thing. Yeah. Oops, did I have that on the wrong? Hope I had that on the right screen for those trades. That's going to be pretty funny if I didn't. Well, not funny, haha, but funny. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Don't seem like it's. Let's see if that. What does that do? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've got my. I need to get some cushion here once I'm confident about that a little bit more and relax. I'm going to get a Stream Deck because using my mouse or my keyboard for navigation, here we go, down to that POC. There we have it. Target hit. That target hit. Now we'll see what happens if we get through all of this air here. Gap is pretty close down there. Right there. And here would be my 48 tick target, but realistically speaking, this in a normal world, I would have had this up here, one tick or two above this liquidity, and look at where we're going. We're still going to break right straight out down there to my second target. Yep, there we go. So that would have been 48 ticks and no heat, even from the break even. So I really screwed myself for trailing that up. I think what I'm going to have to do going forward is if I want to bring the stop up from scratch, bring it up to entry, and then see what happens. Because there's a perfect example of a 60 tick profit. It would have been 60 ticks in the bank. Well, that's would have been quite lovely. I would have really appreciated that. And not that it's, any sneezing material now, but there they go. Wow. Look at her go. There we go. Well, that was lovely. I didn't make nearly what I would like to have, and I would still be in this, actually. That's pretty astounding. But yeah, clearly I shot myself right square in the pick an appendage. So entry, scale, scratch, right? This is the 13 tick stop rather than the 12 scratch. Brought it to entry. Then I thought I was clever and brought it down here to my T1 and got taken out. Never got close to my entry and well beyond my T2, which would have given me 60 ticks, and it's still going. We've been accepted inside of value and likely trade across it. but I'm not going to take that short from up here, even though this looked like a exhaustion. No stops there, no buy stops at the value area high. That would have been another 10 ticks, 10 points, 40 ticks. That'll be great. 100 ticks targets. Look at this go. Overnight low, settle. Wow, they're really hammering it. Wow, look at her go. And there's the gap rules, which say that if you close the gap right here, get into value, which is this area here, from that in that day, and have price accepted in value, the chances are, I forget the probability, but extremely high, you trade across value. Well, we've got within a point of it, and we're not done yet. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Oh, damn it. I know what they did. They drew this line. Right there. And then they drew another one. Right there. Didn't that work? Yeah. I guess that's what they did. I don't know. Actually. Yeah. I don't know. Still down there doing it? Trying to. I know what this little red shit right here is all about. I think that's probably where they are. Wow. That's such a good. Oh, there we go. We're going to get across that value. To the tick. Wow, look at that. Right to the tick. I mean, you couldn't get any closer than that. Price comes in, closes the gap, comes into value, gets accepted in value, trades across value to the other side. Oh, wow, wow. And now we're going to go down here and hit the old something or another. I don't know when. Best losers at dance. Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. Yeah, so, well, there we are. I've had way too many trades for me. Actually, that's just two. I guess that's, but I am increasing the number of trades because I was just getting nowhere fast. I was way too cautious, and I have to get involved. I have to get involved with the market, not just be a sportscaster here. Look at it go, baby. Wow, that's amazing. No, that didn't do it. Where the hell he's got this drawn, actually? That's all I can see you can do. I think it should be this way. But, That's just me. He's got 75, which is up here someplace. How the hell you could have that? Anyway, all right. I don't feel like these gaps change the MC because, well, I guess they do. Only price is traded over is here. The typical definition of an MC to me is that it is the where price overlaps, right? Like here, prices overlap on all of these. And again here, prices overlap on all of this. So that's how I used to always do them. It seems like Tom and company do them a little different. He's talking about a MCVPOC at 2075. That's up here a bit higher. So I don't know. Anyway, you know, obvious. Don't check the oil. Don't check the oil. Well, that was a reasonable day, I guess. But wow, it could have been so much better. Could have been so much more profitable. I think I'm only into it about 50 or so ticks, and I should have been up around 75 at least. I wish Bookmap didn't. They don't have that facility, and I guess never will. But these are kind of cute. I didn't notice these. These are part of the new beta. Cancel all open orders and close a position. That's something new I didn't know about. I can do all that with my keyboard, but this is the beta, something or another version, the latest and greatest one. So yeah. Yeah. Would have been well ahead of that if my twice I screwed myself with moving that too much, trailing my stop up too tight. Check the oil. The hell are we going now? I don't want to get greedy or FOMO this thing, this thing here. Irritates me when I'm busy doing something else. And I turn over here and see this kind of thing going on. Right off developing value area low, rejected out of value to the low side. Okay. I'm going to do some real, real proactive project management here, trade management, the minute I get this stupid thing to come on in down there, baby. Oh, one more tick. You son of a gun. Ha! Took my stop. I brought it down too tight. Look at that. Isn't that irritating? And just one tick off of my one tick off my scale. Oh well. What? I guess. That's ridiculous. There would have been my scale right there. So at break even, Jesus, every time I do that, at break even, it'd be fine. And let's see what happens next. Let's see if we get further down the pipe. Yeah, here we go. Further, further, further. There's a next NVPOC. And there's another one of my 60 targets right there. It would have been another 60 points. God dang it. That's twice I've done that to myself this afternoon by not just leaving my stop at break even or trailing it up to entry. My. That's twice now. I've left that 60 ticks on the table. Damn. That's a hard lesson to learn there. Well, I'm busy. I can't even remember to switch. So twice I've done that now on the last two trades. Instead of bringing my stop to break or to my entry, which didn't get taken out or touched, I would have scaled and target 60 ticks. Twice this afternoon. My. Assuming that I'm going to continue to do that rather than just leave them at scratch as I used to do. But then, that's a little less, I should say, less conservative, but more opportunistic because it gives you more room for the trade to breathe. And the worst that can happen after you scale is a scratch. Of course, the extra worst part is that you don't get the scale and you get a stop. I actually violated my own rule there. I was not scaled and I still moved the stop up to entry. Which I guess I'm glad of in a way, but now look at where this damn thing's going. Holy crap, really disappointing. Two mistakes. 2 mistakes cost me dearly. But learning, live and learn. The joy of trading. Wow, look at this guy. Look at these. Look at these over here. Look at this crap. There's the opportunity of a lifetime for a short trader right there. I'll quit with that, will you? It can't seem to keep up with calculating the crosshairs all the time. It seems like that really puts its knickers in a knot. I don't know why. And the NQ is just having a marvelous day. And a lag too. That can't be right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Am I sorry I did that twice? That's the same profit structure now as I would have had with one of my original risk neutral trades for a 12 and 24 tick stop, $450. And I should be looking at around 1200 or something here. Wow, incredible. Pretty incredible.
Guy Matt Jr. $60. Matt Jr. Jr. Matt Jr. Girl. Check or what? These are 12 years old. What the fuck they do? Everybody in here 12 or what? What are you guys, 12? Man. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing now. After a little freak out with IRT being in a trade I didn't know about, but it wasn't really a trade. No. I don't think I'm going to do anything now. I think I'm pretty much. I think, well, no, it's only 1:45. I'm going to leave. I need to leave in an hour for the school run. So I'm going to start doing a little. Don't imagine I'll do any trading more. This is kind of, I'm disappointed in myself with making the same mistake twice. Don't know if they're going to come back down here and try it again. I guess they are.
Pretty amazing. Take a new low. Here they go. New low. Here they go. Look at that. I'm going to sell the low of a big dump. But you know, FOMO over my initials. Well, let's see here. I'll try to do the time snaps and. Okay. Yeah. So that I can close her off when I'm ready to close her off. I should be doing them in a trade book. the shit out of this. The hell out. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Don't let the door hit you in the ass. Door hit you in the ass. It's pretty fucking simple. You don't like the place. If you don't like it, better get the hell out. Oh boy, so I don't know even what I'm doing now. I'm going to put on the Be Right Back music and catch my thoughts. Oh, out the bottom we go again. I'm not going to play in this field, I don't think. Can't even get the damn charts to work. Keep getting the big lags in my IRT. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Why? I don't know. That's not fun. So So anyway, oh, that's what happened here somehow or another. I know what that's all about. That's pretty stupid. Why I did that. Doing all kinds of magic shit here. I don't know what it is, and I don't like it. This is pretty interesting. This market is pretty crazy. I had a pretty bad day in terms of my trade management, not adhering to my plan, which I've discussed ad nauseum here I'm sure on the screen. But up about 40 ticks or so. So, not a lost day, but from a trade plan, trade management point of view, not very good. Fat fingers. Yeah. See down here at the bottom, this is data ingest subsystem utilization. So it's working its ass off down there. I probably could get rid of the NQ. I don't really use the damn thing. And well, I wonder if I need it. No, I don't think I do. Let's see what happens here. Let's go like this. Hit workspace. There we go. And go boom. See what that does to the data usage over here. Doesn't seem to help much. I would have thought that getting rid of a complete instrument would have cleared that up, but I guess not. Makes sense to me. Should have cut it in half, I would have thought. I don't know where I guess there isn't one. I'll have to wait till it's over today, and when I restart it, put the NQ back in there. I hope it's all right. I thought that might I was figuring that it'd have cut that usage in half. You'd think if there's only two symbols and I can't. Yeah. Anyway. Bummer. I would hope that when I restart the workspace, they'll come back. It'll be interesting to see if that happens. I have no clue what's going on over here. I'll be getting go get the girls' alarm here in another 20 minutes. 18. I won't be doing any trading. I'm going to stick with what I got and be thankful for that. be mad at myself and review my stream for those two trade management deals and come up with a definite plan. Not to be violated. I mean, for months and months, I stuck strictly with the trade, the risk neutral setup, never touched anything. And I've been experimenting with, well, maybe that's just kind of stupid. So I've changed it around a bit, but now I've gotten a little too cavalier with it. As I've mentioned a couple of times. So enough of that. So, yeah. Well, interesting. What a day, huh? Boom, boom, boom. Jesus Christ. That's one hell of a drop there. That is one hell of a drop. I thought it was pretty cute when they traded it down to close the gap and traded across value, and they've gone down a whole nother range, basically. Yeah. I was talking about here, they got into value, traded across. That was quite a typical gap rules. But look at this from here all the way down to there. That's essentially another full range of yesterday's RTH. That's pretty amazing. Pretty darn amazing. MC is a previous. This area here at 18 is a previous micro composite VPOC from time ago. And all these are, viable trades. That's four or 5 points there. That's about all I ended up with at the end of the damn day. It's just stupid. Well, but hey, I'll be here tomorrow. And that's what counts. You're going to keep taking it down. Looks like you're going to be doing that without me, but there they go again. Can't imagine there's any stops down there, for Christ's sake. From who? From where? Well, anyway, I think I will end the stream here. I've got to get ready to go for the school run. I don't want to leave it going while we're gone because that's just not the, 6.5 hours now. It's got to be enough. Nobody in their right mind would ever watch all that, including me. I'll review my trades and see the areas around it, listen to what I had to say, listen to what I was thinking. But I definitely think I will shut her off here and get ready to go for the school run. I guess I'll give it I'm not going to wait another 6 minutes here, though, that's for sure. Look at that go. Amazing. Huh? Pretty darn amazing. Crazy. And, shorten the bottom like this or trying to pick the bottom. I don't know which is more stupid. I think shorten it's probably got a higher probability of getting you somewhere because it's, this one of those outliers where they're just not going to go. And just a second ago, we were discussing 18 up here, so now we're down here at 4. It's just been a continual downdraft. I don't know what this is based on. I have no clue, but it isn't good. And tomorrow's FOMC. Tomorrow's non-farm payroll. Now, tomorrow could be pretty funny if it's non-farm payroll. And then you got all these people short. It's a good report. Could be the short squeeze from hell. It'd be pretty interesting to see this go both ways in 2 days. Yep. Crazy. I'm going to kill it here at the bottom of the hour. So see you tomorrow.